today we have our Olympian from Rio, and she is our Canadian champion today. She is our gold medalist and is replaced by première position la médaille d'or et championne canadienne, the Mississauga Canoe Club, Erica Stark.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take camera one.
Congratulations, Erica.
Throw it up. I can hear me directing on someone's camera.
Kayaker on the course right now. 2 seconds on the course as the race is about to begin. Gentlemen, veuillez-vous accueillir la compétitrice de la course 160. Ladies and gentlemen, on the course, all the volunteers and all the spectators, this is the final medal ceremony for the morning. We saved the best till last. This is the ceremony for the Para Women's Open 200-meter event of the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championship. Voici la cérémonie officielle pour la compétition numéro 160, l'événement Femmes Para, place ouverte, 200 mètres, des champions canadiens de canoe kayak de vitesse de 2021. The sponsor of this race, la commanditaire de la compétition, est Lifemark. Liam Bell will be your medal presenter there, and he will be joined by Chris Hellier from Canoe Kayak Canada. Are you ready for your gold medal as your Canadian champion? In first position, en première position, the gold medal médaille d'or champion canadien de Rio Canoe Club, Sarah Hogan. Congratulations, all medalists. We're back to racing on the course. We need boats 4, 5, and 8, please, to boat control. Les bateaux 4, 5 et 8. Rendez-vous au contrôle de bateau, s'il vous plaît. And the next race is race number 183, heat 2, la course 183, épreuve numéro 2. In lane 1 from Rideau, Katie Fortier. In lane 3 from Calgary, Christiane Free. In lane 4 from Bonny Beach, Stephanie Draycock. In lane 5, Ridge, Cassidy McPherson. In lane 6 from Manook, Sophie Bouvet. In lane 7 from Nanaimo, Tegan Lesson. And in lane 8, dans le couloir numéro 8 de la Chine, Malika Benil. Bonne chance, mesdames. Have a great race, ladies. Great race, ladies. Bonne course, mesdames. We need both numbers 2, 5, and 6 to both control. Oh, sorry, 2, 5, and 7. Les bateaux numéro 2, 5 et 7 au contrôle des bateaux, s'il vous plaît. La prochaine course, c'est la course numéro 184, épreuve 1, race number 184, heat 1. In lane 1 from Mississauga, Aragonopolis. In lane 2 from Canoe, Lily Bayer. Dans le couloir 3, Jack Beauport, Madison McKenzie. In lane 4 from Rito, Jessica Redden. In lane 5 from Rito, Madeline Schmidt. In lane 7 from Wascana, Aisha Fairhawk. Good race, ladies. Bonne chance, mesdames. Congratulations, racers, ladies, bien faites. Les mesdames, we need the following boat control, please. Boats 1, 3, 4. Les bateaux 1, 3, 4. Rendez-vous, s'il vous plaît, au contrôle des bateaux. La prochaine course, the next race is race number 185, heat 2, épreuve numéro 2. And in this race, dans cette course, nous avons in lane 1 from Burl Oak, Emma Burkholder. In lane 2 from Sonobe, Anna O'Brien. In lane 3 from Shima, Riley Mellinson. In lane 5, dans le couloir 5 de Pointe-Claire, Anna Benedict Lungo. In lane 6 from Falls Creek, Elisa Robson Brown. In lane 7 from Balmy Beach, Samantha Stein. Dans le couloir 8 de la Chine, Ali Wang. Bonne chance à tous. Good luck to everyone. is number 186 Peachtree, c'est la course numéro 100 Quebec. Épreuve numéro 3. In lane 1 from Reno, Eric Merceron. In lane 2, dans couloir bleu de Cartierville, Elena Breza. In lane 3 from Masqua, Alexa Urban. In lane 4 from Balmy Beach, Kaylin Plant. In lane 5 from Masqua, Anna Negulik. In lane 6 from Richmond Hills, Katie Stewart. In lane 7 from Falls Creek, Tiffany Gow. And dans le couloir vide, de Classifier, Wolfgang Nachman. Bonne chance, mesdames. Good luck, ladies. the following boats, please report to boat control. Boats 1, 5, and 6. Rapportez-vous, s'il vous plaît, au contrôle des bateaux. Bateau numéro 1, 5 et 6.
Welcome back to Mooney's Bay for the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championships. Victor Finlay here with Pierre-Luc Laliberté in the midst of the 1,000-meter heats, Pierre-Luc, but we do have a rerun. We're doing a race here twice over. That is the para-mixed VL second race. So we did this at about noon hour the first time. Thought something looked a little fishy on the start, and that's exactly what the case was. So we're going to redo this. It was Philippe Marchand who had a winning time of around 50 seconds, but we're going to reset, make sure this is done fair, and redo everything from the start of the 200 meters.
Yeah, this race is super important from a selection standpoint. It is part of the World Championship selection later this for competition that's happening in Denmark later this year. So certainly want to make sure that all the conditions are fair for everyone and that everyone has the chance to have the best race that they can. So I think kudos on the officials and the organizing committee and the selection committee to just get all these athletes back out there, making sure that it's all fair and ready to go so that they can have their race again today.
Of course, we talked to Miguel Garcia Sanchez after those races. At the time, we thought that second VL mixed would have been official, but ends up getting an opportunity to do it again. Miguel Garcia Sanchez talked to us about the fact that he didn't know yet, at least at the time we were talking, whether or not he had qualified for Worlds. So there's a lot riding on that. Of course, now he's got a second opportunity to try and better his time from earlier today as well.
Yeah, and for everyone here, it's really performance-based. So there's a group of the High Performance Committee that will be looking at the performance of these athletes against the selection criteria once all of this is said and done, and they'll be meeting later today and kind of evaluating those athletes and the performance they may be able to put, and then will be part of the selection for the World Championship. So either tonight or tomorrow, these athletes will be getting phone calls and they'll know what is coming up. So I think we're seeing maybe not the entire field out there. At least we're seeing two athletes now that are lining up. So not entirely sure if it is a rerun for everybody or if they decided to run a subset. But you can see a few other boats starting to come up. So it should be everyone back out there. Yeah, we have 4 boats out there. So it should be a full rerun of everyone as they're getting set up to go. You can see the wind has picked up a little bit, so it's a bit of a stronger headwind. So we won't see extremely fast times out there, but it's just part of the nature of racing outdoors is you have to face and brave the conditions and paddle through whatever you're given that day.
The four paddlers that we had earlier today were Philippe Marchand, Yves Bourque, Miguel Garcia-Sanchez, and Erica Scarf in this para-mixed VL race. There's a look at the starting grid. So it's Philippe Marchand in lane 2 from Shawinigan. Yves Bourque as well from Shawinigan takes lane 4. Miguel Garcia-Sanchez is in lane 6 representing Balmy Beach, and then Erica Scarf out of Mississauga is in lane number 8 for this race.
And you can see they've actually separated the athletes in different lanes here. There are a few races within the race as we're having a mixed race of different classification of para-athletes. So certainly every athlete here is there competing for themselves and trying to make that world's team. They're also chasing a time or chasing a performance that could qualify them there. So having a buffer lane between everyone allows you to focus and make sure that you're there delivering your performance and that your race won't get impacted by another athlete that might be in a different category than you.
Still waiting for them to take their mark here along the starting line at the 200-meter mark. See the floating dock out there with the tent. Official underneath will line them up and get them set to do this once they're all there. Plenty on tap coming up this afternoon. After this, we'll take a bit of a break and then be back in roughly an hour or so for the semis. It's the under-18 women's K1 1,000 meter. 1,000 meter is the name of the game throughout this afternoon. In the scorching heat, it's going to be tough on these women, the under-18 juniors, and of course the senior as well. We look forward to those finals later this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of them would have raced already the last few days, either in their 200 and their 500. So this is the last distance, and we'll complete their program before we turn our attention to the U16 and U17 category for the rest of the week. So certainly exciting to see what they can do in the 1,000. The 1,000 meters is not a typical women's kayak event. They tend to race 500s and 200s on the international and Olympic stage. So it's great to see an event that favors the endurance-based athletes, the ones that are very efficient technically. And then we often see good juniors that are good at the 1,000 eventually break through in the 500 as well. And since that's where the distance for the Paris Olympics is all 500 now for women, certainly are going to see sprinters adapting to a longer distance and endurance athletes turning a little bit more to a shorter distance of a sprint. So it comes from both sides.
We talked about this a little bit earlier in the week off camera about how often sometimes the distances change for what's on the Olympic program, and that could be tough on the athletes, right? Going from various distances, whether you're a sprinter or more of a long distance paddler, to try and find a way into the Olympics.
Yeah, we tend to, it's a complex process, and it certainly is. There's a lot of things that play into it. I think athletes are on the receiving end a lot of that without necessarily having a say on what happens. So a lot of it is about adaptability. If you're a good paddler, you're a good paddler, but certainly there is a difference between sprinting for 200 and racing thousands or even 10Ks that used to be in the World Championship program as well. So quite a mix of different athletes. We tend to know what the program for the following Olympics or Paralympics are about 4 or 5 years in advance, which is sometimes feels like a long time, but sometimes it's shorter than that. In 2012, there was a change to the Olympic program that happened late in 2009, which really wasn't a long time for people to adapt and get ready. So certainly a reactive process, and the way that we mitigate that in Canada is racing a lot of these distances from a young age and ensuring that we have a good pool of athletes that are ready to perform at that level should there be a change. So great to see everyone being able to do that and then get the chance to do that at the national championships.
All right, you see some boats finally pulling up to those buoys now. That's Erica Scarf up high in lane 8. And you see the middle lanes, Miguel Garcia-Sanchez and Yves Bourque. You should see Philippe Marchand make his way into your picture at some point here too. He's in lane number 2 on the inside.
Yeah, and as we've talked before, these are the VA boats, which you may not have seen or be familiar with as much. So athletes are in the boat with a single blade like a canoe blade. paddling on both sides. However, from time to time, we're sticking to the one side. There is a pontoon to the side of the boat to help with stability. And then this boat really comes from island paddling and ocean paddling, and has now transitioned into some of the sprint events as well for on the Paralympic program. Pardon me.
Seen some of these paddlers too in the kayaks already this morning, and then making the transition over to the vase as well.
And here we go. Looks like we got a cleaner start here, and everyone's really wrapping up the stroke rate. You can see here from the two athletes, very different techniques, right? We see down here long, powerful strokes, whereas we look just a little bit above in lane 4. I believe like way faster stroke rate, a little bit shorter stroke overall, and trying to garnish and take as much glide as possible to these boats. They are quite heavy boats, so the way that you're moving them kind of has to adapt to what your strengths are, what your level of mobility is, and how you can deliver the best performance overall.
It was a brilliant start in lane 8 for Erica Scarf, but she has been tracked down and now surpassed by Philippe Marchand, who has turned on the jets in lane number 2. Yves Bourque in 4 is neck and neck at the moment with Erica Scarf up in lane 8. In the meantime, Philippe Marchand looks to bring this home. He's won every race that he's paddled in already today and looks to continue that trend. His final race of the day, a rerun, and it will be Philippe Marchand crossing the line first. See if he improved on that time of 50 seconds from earlier today. In lane number 4, Yves Bourque, and there is Erica Scarf up high in lane number 8. And finally, Miguel Garcia Sanchez will close out this race coming through in lane number 6. He's looking to improve on times from earlier today to try and qualify for the Worlds, and there he is in lane 6.
Yeah, and a bit tougher conditions than earlier this morning. You can see the water's a bit gustier coming from the left, so these paddlers have to adjust and make sure that they're steering the boat properly. So that makes it a little bit more challenging as they're coming through the back half of their race when you're extremely tired. So challenging too for Erica here, who's a right, and having to steer a little bit more than paddlers who would have been on the left just due to the conditions out there today. But great racing overall, just to see that and see the race go back out there and kind of run in a fair conditions for everyone. So happy to see that this happened again, and we now have fair results that will help them potentially qualify for the Worlds.
And another solid race for Philippe Marchand, who takes the win. And his time is 1 minute, 0.611. So they were substantially quicker earlier today, although we did see those type of times in the heat. So a big variance today, Pierre-Luc, in how fast these vows have gone.
Yeah, you have to be ready for a much longer race in a headwind. So it's one of the beauty of the sport is it is time-based to a certain extent. But if it's a big headwind, your race could be 20, 30, 40% longer in some cases, depending on what it is at your level. So certainly you have to be adaptable, you have to be ready to go, and you have to be able to deliver the performance regardless of the conditions out there.
So it's a 1 minute, 0.611 for Philippe Marchand, then Yves Bourque in second place with the 106.378. Erica Scarf with a time of 108.830. And then finally, Miguel Garcia Sanchez, 1 minute, 30 seconds flat on the dot. So that comprises your field of 4 for what turned out to be the 5th and final mixed para-VL race of the day. Still plenty more to come from Mooney's Bay. We've got the senior and junior women's K1, C1, 1,000 meters. The semifinals are coming up next after a track break. We'll be back with you on commentary for the finals later this afternoon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mooney's Bay for the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championship. It is the afternoon, late afternoon now, heading into the early evening. Bit of a hazy day, but a hot one, and the sun is shining bright again in the nation's capital. Victor Finley with Pierre-Luc Laliberte. It's all about the 1,000 meters to close out this Thursday, August the 26th. We have 5 races for you, all 1,000 meter. You see there, our first one has the under 18 women K1 1,000 meter A final. So this is a one and done race, national championship on the line. So these are going to be tough races all afternoon here, Luke.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a headwind out there still, so going to be a long race for all of these athletes. Great to see a few names there that have already qualified for the Junior World Championships already, so this is going to be exciting to see what they can do in the longer, more endurance event. And it does look like we have a start already as we're coming down. Athletes are about at the 900 meters still to go, so it's still a long ways to go.
Right on time at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Ottawa. Here's how they line up in the lanes across from 1 to 9. In lane number 1, it's Anne-Sophie Lessard. Lane 2 is Sophie Bouvette. Then Julia Demchuk is in lane 3. Cassidy McPherson takes lane 4. Emily Parsons, who had the best time from the heats and semifinals coming into this with a 4:36.843, is in lane 5. Christiane Free takes lane 6. Emily Best in lane 7. Bryn Neval, who won a semifinal to get into this A final, is in lane 8. And Ailey Trunick rounds out the field. She's in the high line, lane number 9.
Yeah, it's great to see some of these athletes out there, and Cassidy is really pushing through the first half here. She is a great endurance athlete. Some folks may recall her win in the 6K a few years ago, where she annihilated the field, really. So great to see that she's still pushing and converting that endurance to shorter distances or through the weekend. So this is her event probably to win, and she's definitely has started the race the right way. We'll be interested to see if she's able to keep up the pace, as she seems to have a slight lead at this point over the rest of the field.
Approaching the halfway mark here, it's McPherson in lane 4. Looks like she's got a bit of an edge right now. On lane 6 is Christiane Free, who comes to us out of Calgary, Alberta. And then right there, it's neck and neck for that third spot, although they're closing the gap on second as well. Lane 5, Emily Parsons coming on strong, as is lane 3's Julia Demchuk.
Yeah, it looks to be a really close race for second at the moment. We saw earlier today some of the thousands don't actually, what your position is at the 500 doesn't actually mean that you'll be there when it finishes. There's a lot of racing left, and athletes are able to make a move. This is typically where you'll start to see fatigue kicking in, techniques start to fall apart, really trying to hammer it down and keep your boat moving. It's all about that boat glide in the last 500 meters and ensuring that you don't start to slow down too much. So great to see those athletes come through here, but it certainly starts to hurt, especially with a headwind like we have right now, where the races are a lot longer than some of these athletes might be used to.
Just making their way past Mooney Bay's beach right now.
A nice shot of Cassidy here, just still hammering some really powerful strokes, and Emily Parsons as well, just trying to really reel her in or distance herself from some of the other athletes to close the silver here. But looks like Cassidy is really, really ahead of the field here and continuing to pull away. So very impressive so far in this race.
Nice to see a West Coast paddler doing well as well, representing, of course, the Pacific Coast. Cassidy McPherson out of Ridge.
Yeah, in lane 3 here, Julia Demchuk as well, doing quite well from Calgary, continuing to drive through here. So certainly great to see representation from all over the country, as you said, coming to the last 200 here.
Just to the outside of Cassidy McPherson, we touch the eastern part of the country, the Atlantic coast. Emily Parsons out of Bannock, trying to hold on to that second spot, see if she might have something late to catch. Cassidy McPherson, who was off to a great start. She has not looked back since. Lane number 4, the maroon and white boat, stays out in front and getting interesting now for second place. as here comes Julia Demchuk into the picture a little bit. She's going to try and catch Emily Parsons in 5, but in the meantime, it's Cassidy McPherson checking out in lane 4. Nobody's going to catch her all the way to the final in this 1,000-meter final for the under-18 women K1. Cassidy McPherson is your junior national champion. Emily Parsons in lane 5 will take second place, and she managed to put a little bit of distance between herself and Julia Demchuk to secure that podium spot. So it's McPherson, Parsons, and Demchuk 1, 2, 3, and just outside the podium in position number 4 will be lane 6's Christiane Free, and Emily Best out there in lane 7 too.
Yeah, great representation here from the Prairies and the Pacific Division, coming 3 athletes at the top 4. So certainly putting their mark in the U18. You'll notice that Toshka was not racing this race. She is the winner of the 500 and the 200 as well, and so probably getting a little bit of rest before heading overseas for the the Junior World Championships in her case in Portugal.
We have seen some late scratches for these 1,000 meters, a little bit less on the line with this not being on the Olympic program.
Yeah, the women internationally in the K1 have been racing 500 meters and 200 meters, and heading into Paris, it will only be the 500 moving forward. So you'll see the sprinters have to extend their race to a little bit longer, moving from about a 40-second race to something like just under 2 minutes, and then the ones that are typically extremely good at endurance having to find another gear and develop a lot more speed as they're going from around 4 minutes to something that's under 2 minutes, so half the time. But certainly 2 different kinds of athletes, their strengths and weaknesses, and the 500 is a great equalizer of some of that.
Beautiful views of Mooney's Bay on this late Thursday afternoon. It's been hot all day. It's been all week. Again, the weather's held up for us real nice. It's going to be a sunny evening in the nation's capital, too. Look forward to more good weather throughout the week as we have a look back at the start line. We've got a start for the women's under-18 C1 1,000-meter final. Lane number 1, it's Geneva Bond. Lane 2 is JC Grant. Tegan Terrell is in lane 3. Elizabeth DeRosier MacArthur is in lane 4. Ava Carew is in lane 5. Amelia Wojcik in 6. 7th lane is Abby Charlesworth. Sophie Bird is in lane 8. And finally, Leon Castonguay in lane 9.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of these athletes race earlier in the 500 meters. Geneva coming into the frame here, coming neck and neck and taking the win, if I'm not mistaken, in that race earlier this week. So certainly great to see them out there. Typically in the 1,000, people with the longer reach, a little bit more power, are able to produce a little bit more glide. So it'll be interesting to see if that affects these paddlers out there. But yeah, certainly a great race so far from, I think, 4 of these athletes that are a little bit in front of the field. But as we said, the 1,000 meters a really long way. A lot of strategies plays into this about when you make your move and then when you really try to kick into another gear.
There was no semifinal as well for this race, so they went directly from the heats to the A final.
Yeah, and we've talked about this a little bit. It is a little bit of a left headwind, so it does favor the left-sided paddlers a tiny bit, but it seems to be kind of straight up there as well. So not too bad. I don't think there's much of an advantage from one side to the next. But as we're coming into the 500 here, it does seem to be a bit of a 3-boat race, even 2-boat race, with Geneva being a little bit behind as they're coming through, but very, very close for the 3 medals at this point. I wouldn't count out a few of the other boats that are close in lane 2 and potentially in lane 4 as well, but it will be a bit of a challenge. They're going to need to close out a really strong second half if they want to get on this podium.
Geneva Bond very much in the mix down low in lane number 1, and she is making ground as they pass the halfway mark. It is Ava Carew in lane 5, Amelia Wojcik on the outside of her in lane 6.
Yeah, and it can be difficult sometimes to be on the outside. You don't see where your competitors are. You kind of have to just focus on yourself, get a quick glance maybe at some point, and try not to panic. So certainly can be a little bit difficult, but we're seeing here Ava just pushing the pace a little bit and trying to get in front of her competitors. They were about tied in the 500, and she's about a boat ahead now. So Ava's got a lot of power and a lot of glide, and certainly is one to watch when it comes to this distance. So it'll be interesting to see if it's a bit too early, too soon, or if this was the right time to take the lead.
Ava Carew finding some success now and putting some distance between her and Amelia Wojcik, although Geneva Bond is sticking around down in lane number 1. They make the turn into what will be the 200-meter stretch here in just a few moments. Pierre-Luc, were you someone who paid attention to maybe who was on your outside or inside late in the race, or was it always eyes on the finish line for you?
I probably looked around a bit too much when I was racing the 1,000 and probably wasn't the best mental. Probably had a bit too much mental and thinking into my racing, but when I converted to the 200, there's just no time to look, and that probably helped me a little bit. I'd say most of them, the advice that coaches will give their athletes is don't worry about what's happening anywhere. Just do your race plan. Make sure that you're racing your own race. But it is easy to catch your eyes, see the other pathers out there, and try to let them influence yourself. At the highest level, if you're looking, you're going to start losing some speed, and the margins are so small that it's really about you.
There you see on the bottom of your screen, lane 1, Geneva Bond still sticking around. Now she's clearly in second place as Amelia Wojcik has drifted back a little bit to third, but it is still Ava Carew right up the middle in lane 5, leads the field into the final 100 meters.
And Ava's still looking quite strong. Let's see if she's able to keep it wide. Geneva is picking up the pace a little bit here as we're coming close, but it seems to be a little late in the last 100 as she's coming in, but it will be close, probably within a boat as we're coming in. So we'll certainly see if she's able for a late push here.
So it's still Bond down low in lane number 1. Through the middle, Ava Carew looks pretty good. Doesn't look like she's falling back at all into the last couple meters. Ava Carew brings it home. Down low in lane 1, a great race from Geneva Bond for second. And lane 6, Amelia Wojcik in the picture for third place. And fourth, still well back, looks to be at the moment JC Grant in lane number 2. There she is into the picture, and she'll secure a fourth place finish.
And certainly a number of these athletes are coming in. Life jackets on, probably U16 will likely have a lot more racing for the rest of the week as their own categories come up on the program. Certainly a good race here coming in for some of the last few positions in this race. And yeah, tight position here for a number of these athletes. But yeah, 1,000 meters not an event that these women are used to racing. It used to be something that was quite typical for this age group, and certainly as the program has gone towards more sprinting for women's canoe, we've kind of gotten away from this 1,000-meter race a little bit.
All right, well, the women's under-18 K1 1,000-meter junior national champion is Cassidy McPherson with a time of 4:34.240, and she is standing by now with us after her race. Cassidy, congratulations on the win. I know it's hot. It's been tough conditions up there. How are you feeling after that race physically? Can you hear us, Cassidy?
I can't hear. No.
We can hear you, Cassidy. I don't think you can. How about now? Have you got us now?
Nothing. Not really.
All right, we'll try and sort out the technical issues there with Cassidy McPherson.
Okay. All right.
Oh, do you have us now?
Sorry.
No, we'll get to that here momentarily. Hopefully we can sort that out. So we'll try and get a word with Cassidy McPherson here as soon as we can.
Yeah, it'll be great to hear from her taking that win. So I'm sure taking a few more minutes to catch her breath won't be the end of the world here as we're heading into the senior women's K1000 meter B final.
So as we get set for this race, in lane number 1, it'll be Anna O'Brien. Lane 2 will be Ali Wang. Samantha Stein is in lane 3. Anna Benedict Mbongo is in lane 4. Aisha Sparrowhawk in lane 5 out of Wisconsin. That's Regina, Saskatchewan. Helena Breza is in lane 6 from Cartierville, Quebec. Erin Demopolis from Mississauga in lane 7. Tiffany Yao from Falls Creek in 8. And Jessica Redden, the local paddler from Rideau, takes lane 9.
Yeah, and we get to see on the screen here the confirmation of Ava taking the win here. Certainly long race for these women, but kudos to all of them toughening out the competition and the conditions out there.
There you can see the start list for this B final. So 5:07.128 for your C1 1,000 meter winner, Ava Carew.
It looks like we have a start on the B final for the senior women's K1. As we said, not a typical event on the Olympic program or international program. It is raced internationally. Canada has not entered this event very often in the last few years, so not an area of focus for a lot of these girls. However, it is a point of pride to win this one. It is a long one. It shows your endurance. It's the last one for them this week, so I'm sure they're going to want to put a mark and put down a good result. It's going to be a long race. It's going to be about endurance, and it's going to be about grit throughout this race. It's a nice shot here of Anna Mbongo, who's taken the lead at the moment, and she did this in the semifinals as well. Was way out in front of the field, and then the field kind of reeled her in at the end. So we'll see if she's a bit more tame coming off the line and just controlling the pace a little bit more, so that she's able to hang on throughout the race. She does like to race fast. She did quite well in the 500 and the 200 earlier this week, and certainly great to see her progression over the last few years.
There you can see up high from the drone. That's lane number 4, Anna Benedict Mbongo with the lead. Pretty tight for second place. She's got a little bit of pressure from that inside lane in lane number 3, Samantha Stein, just to her left. And lane number 2 as well, Ali Wang is off to a decent start.
Yeah, and these girls know each other by now. They've raced the 500, the 200 against each other. They know who's in good shape, who's struggling. And so they'll certainly try to take advantage of that a little bit and figure out how they race this race as much as it is on their race plan. If there's something they can gain mentally on their competitors, they'll certainly take that to their advantage. So great start here as we cross the 500 for Anna Benedict Mbongo and then Sam Stein as well.
And still in lane number 2, it's Ali Wang. She's got some pressure as well from Anna O'Brien in lane number 1. So those 4 bottom lanes clearly have the upper hand through the first half of this B final in the senior women's K1 1,000 meter.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens when we get some pretty windy conditions from the side. It is not the case at the moment, or doesn't appear to be that case from where we're sitting. So certainly just a result of what happened in the semifinal more than the conditions out there. But yeah, great shot of all the athletes here coming through. About 400 meters to go, and this is where it really hurts, and this is where athletes have to make sure they're keeping their technique together, they're staying focused. The stroke can't get shorter because your muscles are burning. It has to remain perfect, and it has to remain on task, so that you're not losing any speed. But yeah, we're seeing Sam Stein here just raising the stroke rate a little bit, trying to catch Anna Benedict Mbongo in the closing stages. And she is making a little bit of a move on her as we go, so we'll see if Anna is able to react to that and make sure that she's not coming and getting past as we cross the 200 meters here in a few seconds.
All right, just making the turn now into view for us, and still very clear that it's Anna Benedict Mbongo in the lead, but she is getting the distance closed by Samantha Stein, who's coming on stronger in the second half of this race.
Yeah, and certainly I think we'll see a race for third as well. It looks like the first 2 medals might be given, but we see again from lane 1 a strong push from Anna O'Brien trying to catch the athlete from the machine, Ali Wang. So good race here for everyone at home, and but it looks like it's just going to be difficult to close the pace. Coming back in 1,000 meter is extremely difficult, and you kind of need the other athlete to fall apart significantly for that to happen.
Here's the final push. The battle for first is between Mbongo and Stein. There's a battle for third place as well with lanes 1 and 2, Wang and O'Brien, but down to the finish line. Here comes Mbongo. She takes the win. Samantha Stein finishes third. Will it be close for that final podium spot? By about half a boat length, it's Ali Wang of the Shin in Quebec who edges out Anna O'Brien for that third spot. So Mbongo first, Stein second, Ali Wang takes third.
Yeah, so great to see this B final ranking athletes from 10th to 18th in the senior category. We'll see the A final right after this, but great win by Anna, who basically led start to finish and to be able to close that her national championships here with a solid race.
This will be the last race for almost all of these paddlers, certainly for the senior women.
Yeah, a number of them are U17 raced up or something like that. So some of them we may get to see a little bit later this week, but for most of them, you're right. This would be their last race of the national championships. And we've talked to a number of them throughout the weekend. I think just the ability to be out here and racing again was such a big deal for all of them. So great to see an event that ran really well. They got good weather, good conditions, and some good racing for all of them.
Of course, our attention will turn to the juniors on the weekend for the under 17s and under 16s. Here's a look at your final standings for this senior women's K1 1,000 meter B final race. Right at the top, Anna Benedict Mbongo with that time of 4:38.615. Samantha Stein, the 4:41.370.
Yeah, it's a great podium here from the Quebec and WOD to the strong divisions of Canoe Kayak. So great to see these athletes pushing here in the B final. And we're going to turn our attention now to the A final. So in lane 1, we have Emma Burkholder. In lane 2, Madison McKenzie. In lane 3, Anna Negulich. Lane 4 is Riley Melanson. In lane 5 is Madeline Schmidt. Lane 6, Haley Plant. Lane 7, Alexa Irvin. Lane 8, Katie Stewart. And in lane 9, Lily Barrett. And it seems like they're on their way now for this long headwind 1,000 meter of the senior women's K1 1000.
Certainly some recognizable names in this mix, Pierre-Luc. In particular, Anna Negulich, some Pan Am experience, already has the World Juniors, World Under-23 experience as well. A couple other of these paddlers as well in the field certainly have that international experience already.
Yeah, you think of Madison McKenzie has raced also at U23 Worlds. Madeline Schmidt was at the Tokyo Olympics just now racing in the K4 and some of the K2 races. So certainly, and she has some Junior Worlds medal as well in the K1 500. She is an endurance machine, so look for her to take this out and really push the pace here as she's coming through. It should be a great race for all of them. Alexa Irvin as well, some international medals, some Pan Am gold in K4, and then certainly a number of other athletes that will just want to prove that they belong in this field, especially in this long race, trying to hang on with some of the bigger senior names.
Of course, 2011 Pan Am gold and 2019 Pan Am gold in the K4 500 meter for Alexa Irvin of Kentville, Nova Scotia. She finds herself in lane 7 for this race, won the second semifinal to book her spot in this A final.
Yeah, and Alexa tends to be a second half kind of racer, so we'll see if she's able to stay composed as you see the field being a little bit away from her at the moment, and see if she's able to turn on the jets in the second half to close and get a good result to complete her week here at the Nationals. But it certainly does look like it's a 2-athlete race at the moment between Madeline Schmidt and Haley Plant. And those two also know each other quite well. They're both from Ontario, would have raced against each other for a very long time, for a number of years. It does look like Maddie is controlling the pace quite well here, but Haley's not going anywhere.
Madeline Schmidt out of Ottawa, Ontario. Haley Plant went to university in Toronto at Ryerson, where she studied business law.
Yeah, Haley was actually going to retire from paddling, and then with the pandemic coming back, needed something to do, and then came back to paddling, fell in love again with the sport, and is out here competing and doing quite well again. So it's certainly great that it brought her back in, and we're excited to see her on the water. She's a great member of the community, and I know a lot of the girls out there are very, very happy that she's still around.
Competing against an ex-K2 partner as well from the 2018 Fiju Games in Anna Negulich. As they make the turn here now, approaching the 200-meter mark.
Yeah, and it does look like Maddie's pulling away from the field a little bit here and just increasing the stroke rate a little bit. Maddie's extremely good at long distance, as we've said, really good at 2Ks, look good at long distance, and certainly the 1,000 has been a good event for her. She certainly has a lot of talent in the 500 and the 200 as well, and as we've all known, she's got some Olympic credentials now as well.
Maddie Schmidt up the middle in lane 5. This is her only race of the week at the 2021 Nationals.
We're seeing a great push here from the lanes a bit closest to us. So Anna Negulich and Riley Melanson as well, challenging Haley Plant. So it looks like the rest of the podium isn't decided yet, and they're trying to make a move on Maddie in the last few hundred meters. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to capitalize on that, coming in super quick, and if Maddie's able to react, as Riley's really challenging her now as we're coming in the last 100.
Very interesting finish in store for us here as Haley Plant starts to fall back a little bit in her place. Riley Melanson coming on strong in lane 4. In the meantime, Madeline Schmidt still controlling the lead in 5. Negulich down there in 3 as well. We'll try and muscle her way into this podium. It's Schmidt in lane 5 to the wire, and she wins lane 4, number 2, and it looks like Negulich able to slip past for that bronze medal. It will be Riley Melanson with the silver as the rest of the field comes through. Haley Plant will finish 4th.
Yeah, what a great race from all of them. Waiting and making their move with about 300 meters to go and moving past Haley to snag those 2 podium spots. But really good race by Maddie Schmidt throughout. Took the lead early and just controlled the pace. And you can see 1,000s are not easy. Olympic credentials are not. It is a tiring race, and all these younger athletes are pushing her throughout the race. So great to see everyone drive in a long race like this and to get some good results.
So that concludes the senior women's K1 1,000 meter as we await the results on that. That leaves us with one more race left for you this afternoon. Stay of 1,000 meters. This, the senior women's C1 1,000 meter. Not the biggest starting field we've seen thus far this week, Pierre-Luc, as we've got 5 paddlers in the mix for this race.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the women's C1 event internationally of focus is the 200. So we tend to not see as many people enter the 1,000 just because they don't focus on that distance nearly as much. Paddling is a sport where you do log in a lot of kilometers, and that endurance is a key part of it. But the 1,000 is a different race, so it's great to see some women going after this race. Certainly some big names still. We're thinking of Marley McIntosh, who's a world champion in marathon. Sloan McKenzie that we've seen race all weekend. Jessica McKay as well, very, very good and talented crew boat paddler in C2 and has in her own right in C1 as well. So it should be an exciting race, a long race nonetheless, but an exciting race. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one. That will be the last one for today.
There's never been such thing as a short 1,000 meter race, has there? Well, maybe when you do the canoe marathon world championships, like Marley McIntosh, the 1,000 doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, I probably think she thinks it's pretty long anyways. Yeah, 1,000s are difficult. 1,000s are for people that have a different kind of mindset. And certainly you have to be able to ignore the pain and just push through. So it is technically extremely difficult, and finding the right pace, which is not too comfortable but not too fast, is very hard.
Here's a look at your 5 paddlers. There'll be Haley Tuddy in lane 3. Representing Mississauga, then right beside her in 4 will be Marley McIntosh. Sloan McKenzie is in lane 5. Jessica McKay in 6. And Leah Sophie Aru is in lane 7. This is the senior women's C1 1,000 meter A final as we anticipate the start.
We get a nice shot of the top of Mooney's Bay here. Up to your right after the corner is actually, you can continue paddling on the river for another 5 or 6 kilometers. And athletes that paddle at Rito or have paddled here tend to spend a lot of their time paddling up there. It's a twisty, narrow river where you can get a lot of kilometers in, and some calmer water if it's windy here in the bay. So certainly an area that people know quite well.
Is there ever such a thing as a home course advantage, so to speak, with canoe kayak?
I think it's probably more related to how well you know where the wind is going to come from. So certainly everyone has there's only so many courses that people tend to race on these because you need the infrastructure. But you do know courses a little bit better than others. Some courses are favored by a few paddlers. Myself, a big fan of the basin in Montreal because that's where I grew up. That's where I won my first races, and it's also often a prevalent left wind, which is helpful for me. But in terms of like nice natural courses, this is certainly one of the good ones, and so is Lake Panook as well, and a few others when we think out west on Lake Wascana and others. So Canada's blessed with a number of great courses, and then it's great that athletes get to travel the country to race these national championships, and we're not bound to just one where we travel every year.
Well, the great thing about these venues is that they are all natural, and of course Canada has such a diverse topography from coast to coast. The environment's very different, and you see beautiful courses all across the country, and we see it here represented with these clubs that come from all over, the Pacific Coast, the Prairies, Ontario, Quebec, and of course the Maritimes, the Atlantic Coast as well, which is where we'll have next year's World Championship in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Of course, many times is provided the host services for the Nationals, and will again soon.
Yeah, they're on the docket for potentially in 2023 to host the Nationals, so it should be exciting. And yes, as you've mentioned, they had World Championships. They have them next year, but had them in 2009 and in 1997 as well. So some international experience, and there's been some NM championships and other championships that have happened in Dartmouth, including the Marathon Worlds and other events. So certainly a great crew of people there that are getting that event ready for next year so that they can host the world and the best paddlers that the planet has to offer.
Always exciting to see the international competition come home. Of course, we get the national regatta every year except for last year. But always great, though, to get to see some of the world's best paddlers come here to Canada.
Yeah, it certainly makes a big difference. I remember in 2009, basically the whole community drove, camped, found a way to get to Dartmouth in the summer so that we could watch the races. And it does kind of spark an interest from younger kids that get to watch not just Canada compete, but get to see the best paddlers in the world. And they may decide, you know what, I want to do this. And I want to be in this course in 10, 15 years when these championships are coming back. So it does make a huge difference to have these events come to Canada and show that we're able to host. It's not just an Eastern European sport, that we're one of the countries that want to be a player on the canoe kayak scene.
Of course, lots to be inspired by right now if you're a young Canadian paddler, given Canada's success at Tokyo 2020, specifically with the double medalists, Laurence Fisson-Lapointe, who we saw race earlier this week, Katie Vincent, who we anticipate will be joining us on commentary this weekend as well, taking the bronze with Fisson-Lapointe. So the future is exciting, certainly with the possibilities for Canada. Senior Worlds coming up. Paris 2024 is not that far away as well. It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah, and I think athletes know it, and they're quite ready to put the work down after a few weeks of rest if you're not heading out internationally to compete. But I know that everyone's kind of looking forward to a break. We'll rest as needed, but we'll go right back to work because, as you said, the next games are coming up shortly.
We are a little bit ahead of schedule right now. This C1 A final for the senior women's 1,000 meter is not scheduled to start until 5:20 local time. So we completed our K1 1,000 meter a little ahead of schedule. So still waiting for everyone to get aligned up at the start line. It's a long way back to get to that 1,000 meter starting spot.
Yeah, I know for sure. And it's not something that's uncommon. Athletes train and win all the time. They know that the race could be 20% longer, 30% longer, depending on the wind. This is actually not the worst headwind that they would have faced at all. Plus, it's warm, so it's not as bad. When it's windy, rainy, cold, maybe snowing, when athletes are still out there in November logging in kilometers, certainly feels a lot worse than now. So, as much as headwinds are difficult, it's part of the conditions that people have to deal with, and headwinds are much better than side winds.
Tell us a little bit about the year-round training, because of course the season only lasts so long here in Canada. September is going to be a busy month, but then after that, what are most of these athletes doing to stay active and try and stay on the water anyway throughout the fall and winter months?
Yeah, so most domestic athletes, people that are racing at the national championships, will take a break after this regatta for a few weeks, and then we'll come back on to start their fall program. The fall program will be lower intensity, more kilometers, trying to fix their technique, start running again a lot, doing a little bit of work in the weight room, and they'll try to paddle basically until it is too cold to do so. Some of the athletes might head to a warm weather camp in the fall. I think this year likely not the case with the pandemic and travel being so difficult, but most athletes will just paddle until then and then transition to off-water training, which will include running, swimming, cross-training in the weight room, and eventually skiing potentially, and whatever they have to stay fit, stay strong, and build that endurance. Once they do get to past the holiday break, typically there is a warm weather camp for kind of athletes that are 14, 15, 16 and up, that used to take place either in California, Texas, or in Florida. So we'll see what happens this year with that. But clubs would go there for a few weeks up to a few months, depending on your level, and make sure that you start gearing up for the season that's coming up. And then June will be first set of trials to start selecting athletes for different international team. Then as we cruise into July, there'll be some of the selection for this event again that would take place in August next year. And that's kind of the full cycle of the year. Lots of domestic regattas in the mix there, but certainly athletes are on the water as much as they can here in Canada. And if they're not on the water training, they're training elsewhere and making the most of it.
Well, they are on the water now for the Senior Women's C1 1,000 meter A final. We've got a clean start. We'll go through your field again here once more. It's Haley Tuddy in lane 3. Marley McIntosh is in lane 4. Sloan McKenzie takes lane 5 with Jessica McKay beside her in lane 6. And Leah Sophia Roux rounds out this group in lane number 7.
Yeah, and great start here from all of them. Really, really tight, actually,
Boy.
As we're leading through the start, and all 4 of them really coming in together. Actually, there's 5 out there. So, yeah, close racing as we're starting through. Does look like the outside lanes, lane 4 to 7, are a little bit ahead, and Haley Tuddy just a little bit back. So we'll see if she can pick up the pace a little bit and drive through the second half of this race. It is a tough left headwind out there, so and I believe she is a right-sided paddler, so yeah, that makes it a little bit difficult out there.
So there's Haley Tuddy on the inside in lane number 3.
And you can see Marley McIntosh in the pink boat out there. Just her rate is a little bit higher than the rest of the field at this point. She is a little bit smaller and shorter, so she has to maintain a bit of a higher rate than some of the taller athletes that are able to get a bit more reach and power through the plate. So that is just how she has to adapt and move her boat as fast as the rest of the field.
How much does the height play a factor? Because, of course, in some other sports, it does help to be taller or bigger, but is this a sport where it plays much of a difference?
I think good paddlers find a way. There's certainly some very, very short and very, very tall comes with complications on both sides. So we tend to see different height, different size, and different ways to paddle. I think overall it's about finding connection in canoeing especially, and just finding what works for you. So a lot of power, a lot of endurance, and just a lot of feel for the water, which is really the number one thing.
How about Marley McIntosh here in lane 4? Starting to really put it on. She is getting a bit of pressure from the outside lane to her right. That's Jessica McKay in lane 6.
Yeah, and they're teammates, C2 partners, so they know each other quite well. They train together every day. So I'm sure 1-2 would mean a lot, but they definitely don't want to let the other win either. So they'll be pushing all the way to the end here.
They come into focus now for us, making the round past the 500-meter start mark. So more than halfway gone in this Senior Women's C1 1,000-meter final.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see athletes make a move, really trying to keep the rate high, trying to increase a little bit, make sure that you're staying forward, you're keeping the glide. It's easy to start feeling really heavy, feeling really like your energy's going away from you and letting the boat dive down in the water, and then everything just feels way harder. So your boat has to keep that nice glide throughout. You have to keep letting the boat work. And if you're starting to feel heavy, starting to feel sluggish, starting to feel slow, you're just starting to go backwards a little bit. And I think we're seeing Sloan a little bit starting to hit some of Marley's wash here, and that has a big impact as you go into the race. So we'll see if she's able to hold on here and correct back to the middle of her lane and try to get out of there to secure that bronze.
The field really starting to fan out now. It's Haley Tutty in that low lane, number 3. On the high side, it's Leah Sophia Roux. And then the 3 in the middle. Out in front, you see lane 4's Marley McIntosh. To her right, in second place, is Jessica McKay. And then Sloan McKenzie splits the difference between them in lane number 5.
Yeah, and you can see this part of the course is a lot nicer, way less wind as you get down here. It does narrow down, so the boat will feel like you're not fighting the wind nearly as much. So it's time to make a move and keep the glide up. But Marley just keeping the rate really high, really nice. Our boat's really flat and not diving down. So really continuing to drive this 1,000 meter. And Jessica at the top is really pushing. Jessica has a lot of power in the front of her stroke. You can see her fall into the blade and really move. So continuing to push here for her silver medal. But nothing's done yet. We saw a few days ago someone tip with about 50 meters to go. So certainly it gets really tired, and one tiny mistake can take this away from you. So they're all experienced paddlers. We don't expect to see any of that here, but it does happen.
Here's Marley McIntosh digging deep. Final stretch. Last couple meters for her in this 1,000 meter C1 final. And she takes the finish line first with a healthy margin of victory over her next closest competitor. It will be Jessica McKay for that second spot in lane number 6. And to round out the top 3, 1, 2, 3, lane number 5, Sloan McKenzie crossing the line.
Yeah, so it'll be a top 3 for Atlantic here. These women know each other. They race against each other quite often, multiple times a year, and not often in thousands. So great to see them do this.
Final few paddlers here still to cross. That's the outside lane, Leah Sophia Roux and Haley Tutty out of lane 3 will be the last to cross this line in the senior women's C1 1,000 meter final. There's Tutty coming into your picture now. She finishes the race in lane 3. All right, I'm told we have an Olympian standing by from a victory in the 1,000 meter K1 not that long ago. Madeline Schmidt is standing by. Madeline, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes, excellent.
Awesome.
So first off, congratulations on your win. Tell us a little bit about the race. These are never easy for the 1,000 meters. Were you happy with your performance?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to get out here at Nationals. I mean, I feel at home here at the Reader Canoe Club, and putting my purple singlet on this week has felt so good. But yeah, 1,000 meters, it's a long way to go. I haven't done 1,000 all year, but it's my favorite race. So it was just so nice to get out there and get on the line.
I think you answered it a little bit there, talking about the 1,000 meter being your favorite race, but I'll ask anyway. I know you competed in the 500 in Tokyo, so you come out, I'm sure, a little bit exhausted from all that comes with that experience. But what made you want to compete in the 1,000 this week at Nationals?
I really want to race the 1,000 at Worlds coming up in a few weeks, so it's a little hint to my coach to give him a little nudge. Hey, I want to race the 1,000 at Worlds, because it's not an Olympic distance, so we don't race it at the Olympics, but it's a long, hard race, and I'm a pretty big fan of the pain cave, so I like to dig deep and do the long distances.
Tell us about some of the differences from the 500 to the 1,000. Obviously, it's twice the distance, and it's a little bit harder, I'd imagine. But how does the preparation change for you in terms of getting yourself physically ready for the 1,000 meter?
I only had a couple weeks to get ready for the 1,000, so I was doing a little bit more volume just to get used to the longer races. But 500's a lot more speed, a lot more power, a lot of speed endurance. When you hit the wall a little bit harder and a little bit faster in a 500. But in the 1,000, I love how you can get a good feel, get a good rhythm, and just push through and grind it out.
So you mentioned there the Senior Worlds, of course, coming up in Denmark in September. But what else lies ahead for you next?
That's a really good question. Hard-hitting question. I will be going back to school. I'm still trying to graduate, so I'll be going back to school in the fall and back to training. I'm hoping for another try. It's not a quad this time, so the next cycle will happen a little faster than usual, but I'm looking forward to it and trying to get the momentum going.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you back on the water soon, and congrats again on the 1,000 meter win.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Once again, Madeline Schmidt of Ottawa, Ontario, hometown race in the nation's capital for Madeline Schmidt, and she brings home the win in the K1 1,000 meter. For the C1, Marley McIntosh was your winner, and we hope to get a word with her here momentarily, but in the meantime, we'll go through some of the results. Madeline Schmidt, by the way, a time of 4:22.521 to take the win in the senior women's K1 1,000 meter. Riley Melanson with a 4:23.647 in second, and Anna Nagulik just edging out Haley Plant with a time of 4:25.333. Anna Benedictum-Bongo was your winner in the K1 1,000 meter B final. And then prior to that, your junior champions in the K1 1,000 was Cassidy McPherson, and in the C1 1,000 for U18 women, Ava Carew. A time of 4:34.240 for McPherson and a 5:07.128 for Ava Carew. So that does it for the races on the water this afternoon. Should mention as well, Marley McIntosh with a time of 5:12.947. Jessica McKay, a little more than 10 seconds behind her in second place with a 5:23.137 for second, and Sloan McKenzie gets the third place finish there in the C1 1,000 meter final with a time of 5:32.826. These races, Pierre-Luc, are never easy, but what did you make of the quality of racing we saw today?
No, just great to see athletes dig deep. I think we heard Maddie talk about it. The 1,000 is a bit different. It's a bit of a different mentality. You control what you do a little bit more. If you hit the wall, you can sort of recover. You can make some mistakes. So you have to keep adjusting as you're going through. So great to see athletes taking on that challenge. It is a good observation. It's a good way to see who's a good paddler, who's able to have good technique, who's got some mental fortitude. So great to see athletes out there doing this distance. I wish I could do thousands again because they are fun when you're good at them. They are not when you are not. But certainly great to see that. And I'm always a fan of watching the 1,000. There's so much strategy involved. And sometimes some of the sprinting, well, what can be so exciting kind of loses a little bit of the strategy. So very interesting to watch and looking forward to see some of these juniors as they progress into the senior ranks in the next few years.
If the 1,000 meter tickles your fancy, you will want to join us again tomorrow, Friday morning, August the 27th. We're back on air at about noon hour for the under 17 men in the K1 and C1 1,000 meter final. Then the under 16s follow afterward for the finals, the K1 and C1 1,000 meters. Then we'll shift gears all the way back the other way for the 200 meters, the under 17 and under 16 women in K1 and C1. That comes your way Friday afternoon. So it'll be a long day of racing, not just tomorrow, but all weekend, really. There's a lot of paddlers coming in for the junior under 17 and under 16 ranks. Saturday, Sunday racing as well. Give us an idea, Pierre-Luc, of the caliber of racing and the caliber of athletes that we'll be seeing coming up this weekend.
Yeah, Canada produces a lot of very, very talented under 17 and under 16 athletes. When we do bring some internationally to the Olympic hopes, they tend to perform really, really well. So I think there's expectations that there will be some future champions here at these nationals. There's a bit of uncertainty as well. Like we talked about this throughout the broadcast over the last few days. We haven't seen a lot of these athletes in a long time. It's been 2 years that we haven't had a competition. Some of them were barely paddling and are now potentially winners here. So I think everyone's really excited to see the state of that program, the state of athletes that were coming up, and are they still where they should be? Are they still on track? And then what are going to be the surprises from the weekend? So I think there's a number of questions that will get answered in the next few days. It will also select teams for the Olympic Hopes Regatta that will take place in the Czech Republic in the next few days, and the next few weeks actually. So all these events, the 1,000, the 500, the 200, there's something on the line for these athletes. both in the U17 category, but also in the U16, because those two categories get raced at that regatta. So it should be quite exciting to watch. What you've witnessed over the last 4 days now for the senior and U18 kind of gets a bit of a copy paste for U17 and U16, as it's turning the page on the older age group and going to the younger age groups. And some of the exciting things of those races is always to find who's the 14-year-old that's challenging 16-year-olds and that kind of thing. So there's always one or two out there that kind of raise some eyebrows, and we get really excited about the future.
All right. Thrilled to confirm now that we have another interview standing by. It's Marley McIntosh, your national champion in the C1 1,000 meter. Congratulations on the win, Marley. Over 10-second margin of victory in this one. Looked like a pretty clean race for you from start to finish. Was that a performance that you're happy with?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that race. It felt really good from the start, and I've always liked the longer distances. So once I settled into a pace about 200 meters in, it was really good, and I'm happy with it.
Pierre Luc and I were talking a little bit about your experience with the Marathon Canoe World Championships. When you deal with distances like that, what is the 1,000 meter like in comparison? Is it any easier, or is it still just as hard to gut your way through these races?
It's just as hard. It's like a bit faster, obviously, since it's shorter, but I do bring that background into it and just I think of it as like the start of the marathon worlds, and you start off fast and then settle into your pace and finish hard just a bit sooner than you would in the longer distances.
It's, of course, been a busy week for you. You were racing in the 200s, the 500s as well. So when you look back on this entire week as a whole at the 2021 Nationals, are you happy with how it went for you?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm looking forward to getting ready for next year and hopefully having some better results in the shorter distances, but I'm glad I ended it with the 1,000 and with a win in that.
So what's next for you now, whether it's next month in September or even looking ahead to the winter months into the spring for next year?
I'll be going back home to Halifax and preparing for Marathon Worlds in Romania in the beginning of October.
Excellent. All the best. Well, we look forward to seeing you on the water again in Romania. And congrats again on your 1,000 meter C1 win.
Thank you.
There you have it. Marley McIntosh, your winner for the C1 1,000 meter for senior women. That concludes our coverage today, Pierre Luc, at least in terms of what we saw on the water. We've still got some more coverage in terms of medal ceremonies to come up, and then plenty more on the weekend as well, with races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we'll be with you throughout the weekend for all of those finals. I know we've got an all-star guest list of co-commentators as well coming into the booth. We've got Sophia Jensen coming in tomorrow. We hope to have Katie Vincent join us as well. So I already asked you about what you look forward to with the weekend, but when you look backwards now over the last few days of racing, Pierre Luc, what are your takeaways from this week so far?
I think just a lot of great racing from like all over. Like it was really exciting to see performances from different parts of the countries, different clubs. It's not just one part that did well because they managed or were favored through COVID restrictions or things were going well. Like everywhere seems to be emerging out. People found a way, people trained. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of relief that we're here, that we're actually having this event, and just a lot of positivity. And I think people are just excited to be back on the water competing. So to me, that's the big win out of all of this, that this could happen, that the community could get back together safely, and that we were able to have an event. So that's what I take away from looking back. As much as we had wins, champions, good times, nominations, I think the biggest thing here is the sport is back. We are on the water, we are racing, and I think that's just really exciting.
Well, thanks so much for joining us all week long, Pierre Luc. I know this will be your last day on commentary with us, so we appreciate your time, and we look forward to what the rest of the week, the last 3 days of competition, have to offer. So that does it for us today on this Thursday, August the 28th, or rather, August the 29th, or check that again, August the 26th. Losing track of the days at Mooney's Bay in Ottawa. 3 more days of competition left. We'll be back with you at around noon hour Eastern Standard Time right here locally in the nation's capital of Ottawa for the under 17 men's K1 1,000 meter finals. That's tomorrow, Friday, August the 27th. Got it right. All right, that's all for us tonight from Mooney's Bay. Until tomorrow, this is Victor Finlay saying good night and farewell from Mooney's Bay. Bicycle girl. Okay. Time to go sleep. Go, Julia.
That was a quick. Oh, that was the quick. Okay, let's go in my way.
We only had 5 races. And only 2 of them were A's, and the last one was A's. Alright, I'm logging off community. I will text you guys later.
That one was fast. You want to come over? You can come over. Stand right in front of me, bud.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, this is the award ceremony for race number 193, the U18 Women's C1 1000 event of the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championships. Voici la cérémonie officielle pour la course numéro 193, l'événement Femmes 18, C1, 1000 mètres des championnats canadiens de Canoe Kayak de vitesse 2021. The sponsor of the race is, le commanditaire de la course est Province of Ontario, la province de l'Ontario. Présentant les médailles, making the medal presentation is Brian Malfazy. In third place, bronze medalist en troisième position, médaille de bronze, from Rideau Canoe Club, Amelia Wojtek. In second place, silver medalist en deuxième position, médaille d'argent, from Masqua Aquatic, Geneva Bond. In first place, gold medalist and Canadian champion, en première position, médaille d'or et champion canadien, from Canoe Aquatic Club, Eva Carew. Félicitations à nos médaillés. Congratulations to our medalists.
Okay. She's coming right out. She's going to grab her back. Ava! All right.
Bike here again. Get around. Scott, you know you go.
I kind of crashed hard earlier.
I know. I show up and I'm like,
Good pictures. There's great shots of today the pair athletes. And that makes it like
no, I never.
I have a question for you. You recognize this? No? Okay. I had taken a bit of a midnight swim last night. He showed up across the lake. Yeah. 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 Okay.
We're still doing like any meter,
So we swam over?
Please welcome the next award winners. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, this is the award ceremony for race number 196, the senior women's C1 1,000 meter event of the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championships. Voici la cérémonie officielle pour la course numéro 196, l'événement Femmes Senior C1 1000 mètres des championnats canadiens de Canoe Kayak de vitesse de 2021. The sponsor of the races, le commanditaire de la course est Province of Ontario, la province de l'Ontario, and Brian Malfasi. In third place, bronze medalist, en troisième position, médaille de bronze from Chima Aquatic Club, Sloan McKenzie. In second place, silver medalist, en deuxième position, médaille d'argent from Masqua Aquatic Club, Jessica Mackay. In first place, gold medalist and Canadian champion, en première position, médaille d'or et champion canadien, Masqua Aquatic Club, Marley McIntosh. And now the trophy presentation. Voici la présentation du trophée. The Sheila Cooper trophy will be presented by le trophée Sheila Cooper sera présenté par Chris Hellier, président CKC. The Sheila Cooper Trophy, introduced in 2012, donated by McNee Protective Paddling Gear. In 1995, Canada was the first country to include women in canoe at its nationals. Sheila set records that were unrivaled at the time and is known as Canada's most decorated female canoeist. Her 1998 time for the senior women's C1 1,000 meters remains unbroken at 4 hours, 4 minutes, 43 seconds, .89. Her international lobbying efforts and mentoring of women canoeists influenced the introduction of women's canoe at the ICF World Championships in 2001. Introduit en 2012, donné par McNee Protective Paddling Gear, en 1995, le Canada a été le premier pays à accepter les femmes en canoë à ses nationaux. Sheila a établi des records sans jamais égalés en ce temps-là et elle est reconnue comme la Canadienne la plus décorée comme canoïste féminine. Ses temps de 1998 chez les femmes seniors C1 1000 mètres demeurent imbattus à 4 minutes 43,89 secondes. Ses efforts de lobbying à l'international et comme mentor chez les canoïstes féminines ont influencé l'introduction des femmes en canoë en championnats mondiaux de la FIC en 2001. Félicitations à nos médaillés. Congratulations to our medalists.
Kids were like laughing and having a good time. How many forces did you go in the boat?
Please stand for the next and last awards presentation. Please stand for the next awards presentation. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, this is the award ceremony for race number 195, the Senior Women K1 1,000 meter event of the 2021 Canadian Sprint Canoe Kayak Championships. Voici la cérémonie officielle pour la course numéro 195, l'événement Femmes Senior K1 1000 mètres des championnats canadiens de canoë kayak de vitesse de 2021. The sponsor of the race is, le commanditaire de la course est the province of Ontario, la province de l'Ontario. Présentant les médailles, making the medal presentation is Chris Hilliard, President, CKC, and Simon McTavish. In third place, bronze medalist en troisième position, médaille de bronze, from Masqua Aquatic Club, Anna Negulik. In second place, silver medalist en deuxième position, médaille d'argent from Chima Aquatic Club, Riley Melançon. In first place, gold medalist and Canadian champion en première position, médaille d'or et champion canadien from Rideau Canoe Club, Madeline Schmidt. Unfortunately, the Shirley Horn Memorial Trophy is not available on site. Le trophée en mémoire de Shirley Horn n'est pas disponible présentement. The Shirley Horn Memorial Trophy was introduced in 2008, donated by Society for Canoe Championships. Shirley contributed to many facets of the Canadian canoe world as parent competitor, national official, divisional officials, coordinator, and club director. Introduit en 2008, donné par la Société pour les championnats de canotage. Shirley a contribué aux championnats mondiaux de canotage de plusieurs façons, comme parente, compétitrice, officielle nationale, coordinatrice, divisionnaire des officiels et directrice du club. Félicitations à nos médaillés. Congratulations to our medalists. And that concludes the award ceremony. Please stay tuned. Senior Women's Burgee is going to be announced next.
You want me? Right there. Sloan. That's not Sloan. Who's that? That was the girl with the Chima. She's not Sloan. Who's the other Chima girl? Can you get those two Chima girls for me? I saw her getting pictures. So I can send it to my mom. Actually, any other Chima person. Any other Chima. Oh, she's I mean, yeah. Oh, my phone's dead. Oh, Sloan might be here somewhere. I think Sloan might have left. 4 or 5. So I'll send them. Yeah. Okay. No worries. I'll send them. Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to take them. She just
I didn't ask anything. Well, you know what? I'm a mom. JC! So I will do it. If you guys want to never forget. I know. I don't get to watch my kids either, so it's good.
Thank you.
Hey, do you need me? Oh, no, I won't. I'll be like, I'm here this night. Naked. Yeah, I won't.
And the last thing that we are going to show or present is the Burgee. And now we will read the Senior Women's Burgee results. 5th, Cascade with 24 points. 4th, Rideau with 28 points. En troisième place, Trois-Rivières avec 31 points. Deuxième place, second place, Masqua with 47 points. And first place, Chima with 51 points. The Burgee will be presented by MJ Abbott. Please, senior women from Chima, please join MJ Abbott on the podium. And that concludes, this time for real, our ceremony. Thank you so much.
What about a senior match?
This was not level the entire time. Whoops.
Whatever. Ready? Okay, once we're ready, I'm going to show you
Show me what?
how to turn it off.
Just jump in.
Do we get that? Can I turn it off?
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
They didn't message me, so.